Oh, do you see it off rust? I'm gonna get in and just see how it was doing. My beautiful kitty. Oops, got more mobs now. Medium's open. We're doing the moderate, and then I can go get the Scout BSC 1. Oh, what beautiful kitty. I'm gonna stretch my legs after him, sorry. I could probably handle them without dying. Oh, very good. Damn, I just made another 100 mil. Alright. Oh my god, I'm making so much money. This is where I need to be. I need to be doing faction warfare and Tristans and like low level ships and worms and stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. I love this shit. I make so much money doing this. So we'll take us to the Scout BSC 1 and clear that and get it out of the way. Hi, kitty. You want back on my lap? You can. Hi. Beautiful, warm kitty. It's that time of night when I start sloshing down in my chair. Oh, there's a cat. Yay! Yay, I helped the kitty. I love this mission. This is my favorite mission in the game. Oh, I got an achievement. Completed the side quest. No, first side quest. Okay. Hey, cool. Dragon Scales 1. Maybe I should talk to him again. No, he didn't say so. Oh, here's an Imperial Navy sniper. Oracle Ascension Point. Hi, Elixir. Beautiful. Look at that blue planet. This wasn't it. Which small was I in? This is the one I took me to. Jesus. finish this fucking small. This guy interrupted me. Jackass. looks like a mariachi band standing around whenever he's bored. Oh, my special kitty. My special kitty. It's funny, I waited until July to play Mortal again. I've got to get in and make sure my house doesn't completely decay. I'll pay for it on Epic, and I'll play it on GeForce Now. And that way I can play other, like, games. My kitty, she spent most of the day in my lap. I really like seeing you run today. That was beautiful, kitty, when you ran all fast. Remember when you were fast? Yeah, that was beautiful, kitty. I'm ready. I want to go get my MP3 player. Oh, you make me wait, bastard. You're making me do this wait twice. Ooh, Golden Quay. So we slept at the key, I guess. I like that one. What the hell? It's old. This is supposed to be a really big game, like a rebirth of the franchise. They made a movie, they made a cell phone game. I don't think 16 was like that. The movie wasn't very good. I didn't like it. It was okay to watch, but I would never watch it. Ooh, the fancy hotel, nice. Got a 2x XP buff off this thing. I think it's trying to teach you, like, if you want to make a lot of gil running hunts, you can get 2x XP at the end. It is a real Final Fantasy game. This is always what Final Fantasy's been. Wake up from the end, even back on Super Nintendo era, or Nintendo era. Like, wake up at the end, go outside into the town, make sure you have enough armor, accessories, and items to leave the town. Go outside, try to make it to the next dungeon. The town's always in between you and the dungeon or whatever. And then, I don't know. I'm not really playing this for the story. Yeah, I'll just listen to the music. The music's really good. It'll make me cry for no reason, because it's like, I don't care about the city. I don't want to be sad. I've beaten this game before. I don't need to see the story. And I don't remember what it is either. And that's like, yep, skip. I'm sorry, I just don't care. I've beaten this game before. I know you guys might care. I don't care. I'm not playing this to play you the CGI videos. You can get those on YouTube. Like, all it does is take away from my time. The story's not there anyways. I don't like the story in this game. It's like, it's fun the first time you do it, and it does grip you. Then it's like, it's a popcorny story that I don't really like very much, and it's just like, And so my little bonus for beating the game is to skip through all the cutscenes. Ooh, pretty. Head to the Insomnium border. I wish I could switch perspective. What the hell was that? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? It's a Magitech ship. 2 Magitech ships. See how much cooler this game is? It's way better of a spectacle than Final Fantasy VI. It's not a better game, it's just better spectacle. Look at that. That's truly fucking cool. Those are like flying cities. They're like flying fortresses. And they're full of fascists. Walking mecha battle tank. Oh, that's the enemy? Why did you roll up to the front of the enemy's force? Yeah, leave. In the real world, the cops would be on you right here. They just be like, go after that guy. He's out of he's out of sorts. Figure out what his story is. This was good on the PS4 Pro. I've got a gay bulge. I'm just kidding. It's raining and he's like watching his cell phone. The cell phone's so big. I remember 2015. I was gonzo to play this game. I was like, I want to play Final Fantasy 15. I would tell anybody I could care to talk to. I want to play 15. I want to play 15. I want to play 15. And then when it got here, I was like, I don't have a PlayStation to play the 15, and it's not coming to the PC for 2 years. Just like Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't have a PlayStation, and it's coming to the PC in 2 years. So then I played it, but it was way, way later. And I was like, man, I really like playing it way later. But it was like an afterthought. Oh no, what's going on here? No, that shouldn't be happening. No. What? Oh god. Why? God. What happened here? Oh. I was AFK, I forgot that I undocked. Where am I? That's odd. Shouldn't I see people? Aw. His dad is dead. The phone call. Forgot that I undocked because this stupid ass scene distracted me. Yeah, I'm gonna feed you soon, kitty. It's dinner time. I'm gonna have some yogurt. Ooh, yogurt and fruit. Yogurt and fruit. Yogurt and fruit. I think I'm out of fruit though. I probably have enough fruit just for some yogurt. Yogurt and fruit. Yogurt and fruit. That's gonna be amazing. Okay, get kitted up. I am insuring. Okay, unduck. Hi, Bram, kitty. We're gonna feed you. It's dinner time. Oops, autopilot. Go. Now I'm going to this one set. Okay. Cool. This is over. Yeah, I don't want to watch your cutscenes. I mean, I like them. I used to like them. I used to like the cutscenes. They used to be gripping to me, but by Final Fantasy 9, no, 10, no, 12. But since 12 and 13, I stopped really caring about these stories. Something happened to my brain where I just don't care. I like seeing Lunafreya. Queen Luna! It's okay. Everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. I'm gonna go get yogurt and feed my cat. Yum. Okay, time to save. I made quite a lot of progress in Final Fantasy 15.
Greetings, survivors and friends. Shadow Franks here with your weekly dose of Rust development archaeology, and this week we've finally been allowed inside the new apartment complex ahead of next month's update. Plus, clans are beginning to wake up and softcore's getting a rethink. But first, the apartment complex has now landed on the staging branch for everyone to poke around in, and this is currently lined up for July's patch, assuming nothing spectacular catches fire between now and then, which, being staging, is always on the table. Now, first impressions. This thing's big. On the map, it's got roughly the same footprint as Outpost, and much like Outpost, it's a safe zone. Mostly. Because the outside areas, the lobby, the shops, all nice and peaceful, plenty of turrets making sure everyone behaves themselves. Step inside somebody's apartment though, completely different story. Every rentable apartment is a combat zone. So if you've always wanted to settle an argument with your flatmate using a shotty rather than passive-aggressive notes in the kitchen, Rust now has you covered. Very civilized. At the moment, there are 62 apartments altogether, made up of 40 standard rooms, 16 basement apartments, and 6 penthouses. Obviously, all the figures I'm about to mention are subject to change, because we've still got another week before the actual patch lands. But right now, a basement costs 100 scrap deposit, and then 25 scrap a day. Standard apartments are 200 scrap up front and 50 a day, and the penthouses will set you back 400 scrap initially, followed by 100 scrap every day after that. If your rent expires, you've then got a 24-hour grace period before you lose access, and inside your apartment there's a payment terminal where you can top your rent up and see exactly how long you've got left. Cancel your tenancy completely though, and everything you've left inside gets destroyed. Well, officially. I assume management just sticks it all on Vinted. You can also upgrade your apartment later by simply paying the difference in the initial deposit rather than starting again, which is nice. The penthouses are fairly ridiculous. Storage everywhere. Cupboards, cabinets, boxes, around 391 storage slots altogether. You also get a phone, fridge, cooking stove, water, a tier 1 workbench, furnace, locker, bed, and sign. Even a chippy arcade machine upstairs.
Wow,
Standard
so that's what this is,
apartments are obviously a bit...
This looks so good. Hells yeah.
more modest, but they're still pretty well equipped with roughly 282 storage slots, a locker, bed, furnace, cooking stove, water, and a tier 1 bench. Basements are smaller again, around 134 storage slots, basically one room with a bed, locker, cooking stove, water, phone, and again a workbench. One thing you can't do though, no placing your own deployables inside any apartment. So what you rent is what...
So it's unraidable. It's a safe zone for people who want to live in a safe zone.
You get. Everybody also gets their own mailbox down in the lobby.
Wow.
These work exactly like normal mailboxes. You can send items to other residents, collect deliveries from your own, all that good stuff. And yes, because apartments are combat zones, the penthouses even have shooting targets mounted on the walls. Who am I? Sherlock Holmes? Down in the basement, there's another interesting little room. For 50 scrap, you can grease the guard's palm to let you into the apartment management office, where there's a computer terminal running the apartment operating system. Very official. It won't let you spy through security cameras or anything like that, but it does show which apartments are currently occupied, along with an estimated value for what's inside each of them. Not exactly what's inside, just an estimate. Rooms are labelled null, low, medium or high. High-tier loot like rockets or C4 seems to push rooms into high fairly quickly, for instance, whereas piles of stone or metal fragments register much lower. So, if you're wondering which of your neighbours are doing well for themselves, there's your answer. Because yes, occupied apartments can actually be raided.
Really?
In a slightly more civilized way. To do so, you'll need something called a master key, basically an old rusty key that can be bought from the produce exchange over at Bandit Camp, assuming you get there first. Only one appears every 12 real-life hours, and when I checked, it was starting at around 2,000 scrap, although the price is dynamic, depending on demand. Once you've got it, you stand outside the apartment door holding E for 30 seconds whilst clutching this rusty key, completely unable to move while everybody nearby silently judges you. If nobody interrupts you, the key gets consumed and you gain temporary access to everything inside. Very Rust. Outside the main building, there are also 14 rentable shops. These don't require you to own an apartment either, so you could technically live under a rock somewhere and still run a successful business. The down payment's currently 100 scrap, which covers the first 12 hours, and then it's 10 scrap an hour after that. Each one comes with its own NPC shopkeeper. They're drone accessible. The shops, not the shopkeepers, can be set up just like a vending machine, and because they're inside the safe zone, people can browse without immediately being introduced to buckshot. Run out of rent though, the shop closes. Anything left inside is gone. Also probably vented. The monument itself connects directly into the subway system. There's a helipad on the roof, and one corner has what looks like an older ruined apartment too. Although, one thing that struck me wandering around is just how much of this place isn't actually being used yet. Only one section of one block is currently habitable, whilst the rest of these huge buildings are sitting empty. Makes you wonder whether this is just phase 1 and they've got plans to expand it later. Round the back there's even a playground where you can use the swings and things. The slide does technically work, there's just a bit too much friction involved, which feels oddly realistic. Elsewhere, the clan system is now finally enabled on Staging 2. Clan tables can be crafted at a Tier 1 workbench for 200 wood and 100 metal fragments, letting you organise roles, ranks, announcements, and of course create a banner for your group. It looks like this should finally become a proper feature next month. Softcore's getting a bit of attention too, and an experimental mix-up. It's now going to be getting raid windows between 6 PM and 9 PM local server time. Outside of the raid window, you can't damage building blocks, doors or windows with explosive or projectile damage. Newly placed TCs don't raid block their area until they've been alive for at least an hour. You can still destroy deployables, high externals, etc. as normal. Twig can still be destroyed regardless. MLRSs can't be fired, and melee damage still works as normal. During the raid window though, normal Rust rules apply. Alongside this, there will be doubled gathering rates for trees, ores, collectibles and harvestable corpses, but not player-planted growables. There's a new graphics option allowing you to adjust the quality of your own character model in the inventory screen with low, medium and high settings. Another experimental option adds shadow caching with improved contact shadows for players, view models and other bits that shadow maps tend to miss. The satellite crash event still trundling along in the commits too. Not much new to show there just yet, but it's definitely still alive. And finally, metal shop fronts are now officially skinnable through the workshop as well, because eventually absolutely everything in Rust will be. Probably. Anyway, that's about it, apart from the bits I've almost certainly forgotten, and assuming another 4,000 commits don't appear overnight. We'll get the full dev blog and complete patch notes next week, of course, but let me know what you think about the apartment complex, especially, and whether you'd actually rent one, or whether you'd rather continue living in squalor elsewhere. Please leave a like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Follow me on all my socials, including my Steam group, and you can support my work through Patreon, YouTube memberships, and super thanks. I'll catch you all soon, but in the meantime, keep calm and stay rusty. Cheerio. I assume management just sticks it all on Vinted.
Oh no, it is good. So this was really good news. Like genuinely fucking good news. I love it. How's yeah? Oh, it's raining again. Okay, what shall I play? It's 12:30 on a Saturday. I think I will play some Overwatch. Let me think about that. Uh am I close to destination? Yes, I am. That is good. This makes it so I can go to busy servers, like the busiest PvP servers. It'll be hard and it'll be, but it is revolutionary. Russ will change. Wow. I didn't catch what he said about softcore. Oh no, what happened? I am dead, am I? How am I dead at the fulfillment center? The fuck? What the fuck was this? Okay. I died 5 feet from the station. This was a catalyst. Oh my god. Who killed me before? That's someone else. Alright, I'll make the long ass journey there and pray I make it this time. I'm not doing more extraction. I know what happens. You lose everything. I already have enough games like that in my life. Like here, I'm doing extraction. I could have died right here. You lose everything. And I'm not really looking to adopt more of it in my life. I don't know why I looked.
You might be wondering why I'm wearing these amazing, definitely not fake Louis Vuitton glasses. That's because the sun is reflecting off a building right now and my blinds are broken because the battery in the remotes ran out. I have just realized that the sun has actually set, so I can take the glasses off. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep them on for the rest of the video. I feel like I'm laughing as Andrew Tate right now, just wearing my sunglasses indoors.
Why are you wearing glasses?
I have bad eyes.
So we haven't talked about Johnny Somali in a minute. He was in a lot of trouble for doing various bad things in South Korea, but he's now just lost his appeal, meaning there's basically no way for the guy to avoid prison sentence, which in my books is a big fat unlucky. So earlier this year, Johnny Somali was sentenced to 6 months in prison with hard labor. That was along with 5 years of a offender status. He was found guilty of 4 counts of business obstruction, 2 counts of the Minor Crimes Act, and 2 counts of deepfake distribution. Now, again, going over everything that Johnny Somali's done, I have done about 4 videos on the guy at this point, but the biggest are probably the deepfake charges, which he got after showing multiple AI-generated videos of him engaging in intimate acts with other streamers. I've just noticed with these shades how ridiculous I look. You know what? I don't care. I'm keeping them on. Last video, we had the back rooms. This video, we get the shades. Next video, I have no idea. Since then, though, both Johnny and the prosecutors have appealed the sentence. He pleaded on his knees for leniency, with his lawyers saying that he's unable to take his medication for bipolar disorder. This is in despite, by the way, him saying that he was having fun in prison in a bizarre letter to one of his fans. Now, according to Legal Mindset, his sentence has been upheld in an appellate court in Seoul. So he is still able to appeal this to the Korean Supreme Court. Is that going to happen? Probably not, unless he does like a Logan Paul apology video in the hotel room and says that he's made a severe and continuous lapse in his judgment. So the sun is back again. Jesus Christ. How is it back? The sun is meant to go down in the evening. It's not meant to go up. What is happening? Oh my God, I'm blind again. But we have some breaking news here. Asmongold has finally cleaned his room for the first time since 2018. So in the clip, he shows a before picture, and there is so much trash on the floor, you can't even tell what color the carpet is.
Does anybody know what color the floor is? Does anybody have any idea? It is.
Like, I thought the clip of XQC showing all of the fast food on the side was bad, because that's a pretty bad clip.
Holy fuck, man. Bro.
And he said that the trash piled all the way up to basically a little bit below his knee. So we are talking like a full foot worth of trash. And he said that the floor beneath is just all garbage.
And this comes up to a little bit above my knee, okay? So this is just solid garbage, like fucking unfiltered just shit. Just literal shit.
He found a pair of pants with an attendance badge of DreamHack in 2017. So they've been sat there for nearly a decade.
At the bottom of this floor, okay? At the bottom of this floor, there existed a pair of pants. And inside that pair of pants was a attendance badge for DreamHack 2017.
And he said the cleanest his room has ever been is when he had a girlfriend visit all the way back in 2018.
This is the cleanest that my room has been ever since I had a girlfriend visit in like 2018, okay?
So yeah, congratulations, Asmongold. Like the guy
Jesus Christ, I thought I was bad. I'm not bad. I'm not even 1/100th of this bad.
makes millions of dollars every month. I don't understand why you can't just hire a cleaner. So you've probably seen this video going around of a woman in New York dumping these Knicks-themed trash bags and then taking them home with her. So after the Knicks won the NBA Finals, which was their first title in 53
She's smart. That trash can it'll sell on eBay for 10 grand.
years, the city went absolutely crazy and the fans started fights with people wearing Spurs jerseys, the opposing team. And this person as well was humping a light pole, and this guy here nearly died and then tried to kiss the woman who was saving him. So after the video of the woman stealing the trash can started to go around, someone posted a video of her taking it home on the subway. Now, as it turns out, this
This is theft, and they'll bust you for this. Really bad. It's vandalism.
Woman was unsurprisingly fired from her job, but her job was actually JP Morgan Chase. And then people found out that before getting promoted, she was the executive director of DEI at a website that JP Morgan Chase acquired. Now, the YouTuber Tobuscus, absolute veteran. He has been doing YouTube for possibly nearly 2 decades now. And you might remember him from his wholesome Happy Wheels and Minecraft Let's Plays. Come on! And also his legendary comedy song, Nugget in a Biscuit, or even the fact that he had a role in the Annoying Orange TV show. But recently, people have started to catch on that he's been tweeting some quite interesting things. Now, he has actually been committed to this for quite a while. If you scroll through his Twitter, you will see countless tweets like this. He also uploaded a song which was titled very aptly Invader Scum, which includes certain lyrics as English, do you speak it? If not, get the fuck out. And the thing is, he's doing this entire video while singing it in his, like, you know, his old Tobuscus voice, like Nugget in a Biscuit. I made that up. I mean, in the video as well, you can see like his little Minecraft character moving around and stuff, talking about like illegal creepers. And I know I just talked about Asmongold, but he did actually react to this song. But unfortunately, despite Tobuscus being a YouTube veteran, Asmongold seems to have no idea who he is because he calls him Tobiscus.
Tobiscus, and he has 7 million
I have no idea who he is.
subs.
It's a Biscus.
Now, with Fortnite, they have just announced an update to their in-game store. No, it is not Tung 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 Sahur. I'm very sorry. But what it has done is made a lot of the OG players really upset. Like, I know, Fortnite has actually been out that long. We are now going to start using the term Fortnite Unks. So this is called Unvaulted, and it basically means the skins from previous battle passes will start to periodically come back to the store. So before this happened, if you got a skin...
Oh, great, the store. A place I haven't spent money in 5 years. Good job.
in from the battle pass, it was your rite of passage because...
I thought it was going to be something actually cool. I don't care about you cycling skins in your store like the rest of humanity. Welcome to the rest of humanity. They cycle all their skins too. You're dumb.
It was never available again, and you could flex on, you know, all the new gens that installed the game last week. So, you know, for a lot of people, this became pretty much a status symbol to show how long they've been committed to the game for.
I don't think yogurt was enough food. I think I'm going to go cook some sausage. I'll be right back.
But again, the Fortnite unks, they were not happy. I mean, some people got so mad that their old head skins are now available to the unwashed masses. They were basically demanding a full-on refund. But the thing is, it actually turns out Fortnite did announce this around 2 years ago, but it's only now coming into effect for the first time, since, you know, this is the first round of skins that have become available. I mean, I would criticize Fortnite more, but the Pomni hip to waist ratio, I'm gonna have to side with Fortnite on this one, boys. Now, speaking about Fortnite, we can talk about Epic Games that owns Fortnite, and we can talk about its CEO, Tim Sweeney. And this guy, he has an absolute hate boner for Gabe Newell. I have never seen more hatred for a single man, apart from maybe 50 Cent's hatred of P. Diddy. So recently, the CEO of Epic, Tim Sweeney, he criticized, or more just cried about, Valve's AI disclosure policy on Steam, calling it a scarlet letter for game developers. I'm going to be honest, I think he was just mad that the Steam machine got announced and he doesn't have his own console. So PC Gamer ended up interviewing Tim. I'm pretty sure Tim ran to PC Gamer first. I'll be honest, I don't think they reached out. And this was after Epic unveiled its plans for Unreal Engine 6. That was at a fest in Chicago. I'm going to be honest, Unreal Engine, I've got a mixed relationship with it. I hate the loading textures of like the old Unreal Engine games, like the first Borderlands. But then I go back to more nostalgic times, like in Gears of War, they had the meat cube. This video is such a classic. I like how I already have it watched on my other browser. I love the meat cube. I love the meat cube. Look at it jiggle.
Yeah, you can see the player
Amazing. Amazing stuff.
can interact with that, push little pieces of it around, and it's all very elastic and buoyant.
Dude, that's going to do like a neuron activation for someone watching this. Now, they pitched something that they made. I
Realistically,
love the meat
elastic
cube.
and fluidy, like
I
you see with
love
this cube
the
of
meat
meat we
cube.
built here.
Look at it jiggle.
Yeah, you can see the player
Amazing. Amazing stuff.
can interact with that, push little pieces of it around, and it's all very elastic and buoyant.
Dude, that's going to do like a neuron activation for someone watching this. Now, they pitched something that they're calling Team Open, which is a vision they have where all games and economies would be connected into a single engine. So I guess Tim Sweeney wants a world where everything is just powered by V-Bucks. Now, this plan also involves the integration of AI to speed up its development. And he spoke heavily in favor of using AI in, the process. And he said at Epic, they're using AI to reduce, like, the boring work, which for him includes generating assets. Despite the fact that apparently some of the tools that Unreal Engine will integrate have been accused of copyright infringement. So basically, Tim is really mad because if a game ends up going on Steam and it is AI, it will have a tag next to it. And he's calling it a scarlet letter, which just sounds like hope. I mean, if you're using AI, it should be tagged as AI. It's pretty obvious that AI has a pretty negative stigma for obvious reasons. I've mentioned this argument time and time again. You've got artists that spend years of their life honing their craft, learning how to, draw, design, make 3D models, and then you've just got someone typing prompts. But Tim is basically saying with this, AI tag attached to things, you'll just have a swarm of haters trying to kill the game. And he also says that the policy of tagging things is...
What is Fort M? All right, kitty, you got my lap again, but I have to get up. Gotta get up, kitty. Gotta get up, kitty. I don't know why you sat down. I'm sorry. Silly kitty. What? Oh no, am I dying? Why am I dying? No, why am I dying? No, it's probably PvE, huh? Yep. Nice. What is Fortem? Why aren't you loading YouTube, you piece of shit? It's because you're fucked up. Go.
Countless...
Why are you doing this? Stop this now. Fucking stupid piece of shit software developer.
Everybody, welcome to my guide to 4M for new players. Essentially, I will be showing you the best methods to get money, the best early game guns, and some progression you can have in the game. So first, let me go ahead and rent a car. If you go and find these little boxes, you can rent cars out. It doesn't cost a lot of money. But I'm also going to give you like the best money methods, stuff like that. So first, let's go through some basic money methods and how to start out playing the game. So if you drive around for a little bit, hold up one sec, let me just drive around. I know where one is, it's right over there. Sometimes, throughout the map you can find, houses you can rob, and the way you can tell if you can rob, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The way that you can tell if you can rob a house or not is like, see right here, you see this little circle? And essentially, you need certain houses have certain numbers of lockpicks you need to unlock them. And the way you get lockpicks is, finding trash cans. And you gotta, do this little mini game thing, and there's a chance you get some lockpicks from it. And if you do get a lockpick, you come over here, and you just gotta click whenever your thing's on the green, and you gotta do it a certain number of times. And like this, if you do it all, you go over here. There's these things you can loot. Don't worry about missing on these, but when you loot stuff in here, the loot spots are different depending on the house you rob. But you can get more lockpicks, you can get a bunch of stuff you can sell, but you can also get like USB drives and stuff like that. So these houses are pretty good to rob. They're just nice to have to loot from them. So let me go outside here. And then let's get in. That's basically
This
you
kid
do
is
that.
13
you go
and
around,
his
you
name is
kill some people.
Caffeine-Induced
There,
Gaming.
here, let me open my map real quick. You can see there is a black market, a gun shop, and there's 2 gun shops you can get guns at. First let's get to the basic money methods. So hold up. If this is gonna take at least $1,000 to start, so you can go ahead and there's stores around you can go ahead and rob and stuff. So to start this money method, you're gonna need about $1,000, and it's currently the best one in the game. So what you do, wait, no, you actually don't need any money to start this method. So what you do is, hold up, let me go on my map. You see over here, it'll be this, where it says Bandos and like next to the club. If you go over to there, so if I go through here real quick, I'm not.
It's like a kid's Grand Theft Auto.
AI is really irresponsible. But yeah, I'm going to call it now. Tim Sweeney is going to release his own console. He's just going to call it the Epic Machine, but it's probably going to be like one of those like Soldier Boy consoles or something. So you might notice that the World Cup is going on at the minute. It is pretty inescapable. And there are tourists all over the globe that are traveling to the US. But they seem to be understanding something very important about America: tipping culture. Now, tipping culture to me makes a lot of sense. Of course, I pay for a lovely meal and some lovely drinks, and I then need to pay you, the server, your salary, because your boss is a deadbeat fuck that won't pay you enough. So of course, it's my responsibility, and I'm made to feel bad if I don't pay you as a tip. Like, legit, I've never understood tipping culture. I don't understand it. Like, how about your boss just pays you more money? Why am I meant to be guilt trips? And the thing is as well, like, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you give a tip, and I'm not talking about like giving someone like you know, a $10 bill or something. If you give a tip, I'm pretty sure it's just split equally to like everyone in the restaurant. I've heard in some restaurants that it just goes straight to the boss anyway, that you basically never see. So according to the New York Post, some restaurants trying to take advantage of tourists that have no idea what tipping is, they're basically forcing automatic tips because people just aren't leaving them. You've even had like a waitress that went on record to say like, it's so bizarre. Why is no one giving me a tip? I know my boss should actually pay me a fair wage, but you know.
I want some more fruit. I did not have enough fruit. That was not big enough. Yeah. Hungry right now for some reason. I don't need anything, I suppose. Maybe a flashlight. Okay, sorry about that.
Again, I don't understand it. I'm not against tipping in any way, but I feel like if you tip, it feels better when you're actually doing it because you want to, right? Like, I've been to restaurants, my friends, my family have been to restaurants before, and, give you like a, £10 note, £20 note, that kind of thing. If you've got like a waiter or a server that just seems genuinely nice and accommodating. I don't understand why you have to sign like a 5, 10, 15% tip and it just gets split evenly to everyone that works at the restaurant, people that like you haven't even seen. So, more news on GTA 6. The pre-orders, they've launched. You may remember from the last video I talked about, there was some controversy around the physical versions of the game. Physical as in you get a plastic game case and you open it and there's basically just a little cardboard card with a code on it. Well, apparently Rockstar said, okay, you know what? We'll give you your physical version with your sad little disc, but that won't be until a few months from now. See, I'm going to be honest here. I think they're doing this on purpose because you will have people, I mean, there are loads of people out there that collect physical media like DVDs, Blu-rays, even like VHSs. You will have a market of people that want the physical disc just for the novelty of it, even though, a lot of things now are becoming downloadable online. But the point I'm trying to make is, Take-Two, I'm pretty sure it's their decision, but they don't just want you to buy GTA 6. They don't even just want you to buy the deluxe edition of GTA 6. They want you to double dip. That is specifically why they're doing it. This is the exact same reason why when GTA 5 came out, it came out on PC years later. They want like PC gamers to double dip. They want them to buy it on console and then get the deluxe remaster version when it comes out.
I told them this. I went to Rockstar's Reddit and I was like, the double dip is unacceptable. From my lips to their ears. I'm not the only one saying it.
On PC, which probably just adds like, a bunch of like filters and stuff. And by the look of it now, they're basically trying to get people to like triple dip instead of double dip. So you get like the codes and then you can get the disc. And then finally, you can play it on PC like a year or two later. I didn't want to talk about this. So we're going to be serious here. And I'm going to take the glasses off for this one, because this is serious business. I'm really going to try to deal with this topic seriously.
I believe that's Parasite Eve or Resident Evil. I think it's Resident Evil, the save room.
There are 6-7 chicken There are 6-7 chicken nuggets, and another company also made a rip-off of the original 6-7 chicken nuggets, and they are now being sued. So Purdue Foods is suing another food manufacturer called John Souls Foods for copying the branding of their 6-7 chicken nuggets, which, as you may have guessed, are just chicken nuggets shaped like 6 and 7. Apparently with 11 grams of protein. So the lawsuit alleges that more than a month after Purdue launched and nationally promoted its 6-7 chicken nuggets, Souls announced and promoted a directly competing chicken nugget by using the same 6-7 designation and a highly similar breaded numeral design. Dude, the poor fucking lawyer that had to file this out, man. The poor lawyer. I hope he was paid well. Like, look at this, man. You've got like an actual
imagine being the chicken tender guy.
They're using like all the proper filing, like it's like Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, and it's just oh my god. I think my heart's going to give out, unironically. What the fuck? They also tried to show various examples of customers who were confused between the two 6-7 chicken nuggets. And apparently they used a Dexerto article of all things. So this is the same company that tweets that me, Critical, and Dolan basically all steal from. But seeing this in a class action lawsuit referenced as well. So the lawyers say that this reflects consumer confusion because only Purdue's 6-7 chicken nuggets are sold at Walmart, not Souls products. Thus, the consumer was confused and actually saw Purdue's product. Well, the worst thing is, I guarantee you I'm going to title this the 6-7 situation is crazy, and that is going to do better than any other topic I've mentioned here.
Amazon owns the servers that run half the internet. So how did its big new game, New World, end up this broken? Players made gold out of nothing. They cooked their graphics cards. They turned themselves invincible by dragging a window around. It became a record-breaking hit anyway. Then Amazon eventually made the decision to kill it. None of that is even the strange part. Plenty of games launch broken. The strange part is who built this one. Amazon. One of the most powerful companies on the planet. The company whose machines quietly run a huge slice of the internet you use every single day. A company with effectively unlimited money and computing power built a game that fell apart like this. It became a genuine phenomenon anyway. And then years later, Amazon looked at the whole thing and chose to delete it. The broken launch, the deletion, all of it traces back to one fact that almost nobody understood at the time. The fact that Amazon was never really trying to make a great game in the first place. And it starts long before New World existed at all. It starts in 2012, with the man Amazon put in charge of making its games. A man who had never made a single video game in his life. His name was Mike Frazzini, and by every account, he was good at his job. The thing is, his job for most of his career had nothing to do with games. Frazzini was a long-time Amazon employee. He had come up through the books department, running the part of Amazon's store that sold video games by mail in cardboard boxes. He was the guy who sold games, not the guy who made them. And then, around 2012, Amazon decided it wanted to make games of its own. Video games were one of the biggest entertainment businesses on Earth, and Jeff Bezos wanted a piece of it. And Frazzini, the books guy, was put in charge of all of it, including eventually the studio that would make New World. So Frazzini ran games the way Amazon ran everything else. By the numbers. People who worked with him said he was fond of a particular phrase, anything can be measured, which works beautifully if you are selling books or socks or cloud storage. It works a lot less beautifully when the thing you are trying to measure is fun. Over in the rest of the games industry, the phrase people use is finding the fun, and the entire point of it is that you cannot really measure fun until you already have it. Amazon wanted its games approved the way it approved everything else, with data and 6-page documents. And former employees described a standing demand that came down from the top. Every Amazon game had to be a billion-dollar franchise, and then the projects were understaffed. The company tried, in the words of one investigation into all this, to make games the Amazon way, instead of just making games people would actually want to play. All of it cost an enormous amount of money. By the time the press started paying attention, Amazon's games division was burning through something like $500 million a year. And for years, it had almost nothing to show for it. The list of casualties got long. A hero shooter called Crucible actually launched, then got yanked back into testing within weeks, and quietly killed. Another game, called Breakaway, died before it ever came out. 2 separate Lord of the Rings online games were announced to great excitement, and then cancelled. Everything was supposed to be a billion-dollar franchise. Almost nothing ever launched at all. New World was supposed to be the exception, the one that finally worked. Instead, it became the one that broke in front of the entire world. And this is the part of the story that almost everybody gets a little bit wrong. The gold made out of nothing, the graphics cards cooking themselves, all the rest of it. The easy explanation, the one you have probably heard, is that this is just what happens when a soulless corporation that does not understand games tries to make one. That is the vibe, but it is not the mechanism, and the real reason runs straight through a single piece of software almost nobody outside the company was even thinking about. The game engine. A game engine is the foundation that every video game is built on. It is the software that draws the world, runs the physics, handles everything you see and do on screen. Most studios either build their own over many years or pay to license a good one. In 2015, Amazon did something different. It paid somewhere between $50 and $70 million to license an existing engine called CryEngine, took that technology, built its own version on top of it, and called it Lumberyard. Then Amazon made Lumberyard mandatory. Every game the company made, New World included, had to be built on it. But Lumberyard was never really built to make Amazon's games better. Lumberyard was built to sell Amazon's
Oh yeah, I
cloud.
won.
The engine was wired, deliberately, into Amazon Web Services. That is the company's cloud computing business, the part of Amazon that rents out servers to basically everyone else on the internet, and quietly earns most of the company's profit. The whole idea...
Which you know, he neglected to mention the launch day. It was like 26 hours of waiting. Asmongold quit the game over it. They are the provider of network infrastructure. That's why we had so little faith in the game. Right from launch, there was obvious problems that exhibited bigger problems.
The idea was that Lumberyard would be free and excellent. and every studio that adopted it would get gently funneled toward building and hosting their games on Amazon servers. The engine did not exist to sell the game, it existed to sell the cloud. It tells you what New World really was. At the deepest level, New World was the showcase, the flagship for the entire games industry to see, that you could build an enormous online world on Amazon's engine and run the whole thing on Amazon servers. The game was, in a very real sense, a sales pitch, one that happened to come with a $60 price tag, and publicly, Lumberyard was a gift, a free professional-grade engine. Here you go, developers, courtesy of Amazon. Inside the company, the people actually trying to make a game on it told a very different story. The engine was slow. It was painful to work with. Former developers described sitting around playing Halo or watching Amazon Prime Video while they waited for Lumberyard to compile their code or process their art. And there was a phrase that
I wish we could live on the island. That's what Epic needs to do. Let me live on the fucking island.
Lumberyard is killing this studio. So picture
What
the
was that?
situation.
Why do I hear a car?
Amazon is building its big new game on an engine its own developers say is killing the company. An engine built first and foremost in cloud storage. And in July of 2021, just 12 weeks before New World would launch on it, Amazon gave that engine away. It open
Where did this
sourced
guy go?
Lumberyard, handing the whole thing to an independent foundation to be developed out in the open, while Amazon itself moved on to building a successor. And even giving it away was a cloud play. A free open engine that anyone can build. An even better way to funnel developers toward Amazon servers than fighting on a host. The engine kept changing shape. The reason it existed never changed at all. So New World ran on Amazon's own private fork of that engine. A piece of technology built first to sell a cloud business, now quietly holding up one of the biggest games of the year. That strange arrangement sat underneath New World for years. Almost nobody gave it a second thought. But the engine was not finished with New World. It had one last part. It would help decide whether the game got to live or die. That engine was the foundation. The real question was what Amazon was going to build on top of it. And the answer, at first, was not the game you remember at all. For its first few years of development, New World was a survival game. If you have ever played something like Rust, you already know the genre. You wash up on a hostile shore with nothing, and everything you have after that, you have to build, gather, or take from someone else. There were no It's a world of that, and things you could do to it. You could build a fort wherever you wanted, and crucially, almost everyone in that world could kill you at almost any time. Amazon's own description of the early game put it simply. Generally, small outposts acting as safe zones. Full loot. It meant that when you died, you did not just respawn and dust yourself off. You dropped everything. All your gear, all your inventory, gone. Lying on your corpse for whoever killed you to take.
Ooh, what's that? It's an
To attack
auto-shotty.
another player, you flagged yourself with something the game called criminal intent. And if you died while you were flagged, in Amazon's own words, you would experience full gear and inventory loss. The studio said the game's DNA was closer to Rust and to Eve Online than it ever was to World. Brutal vision. When Amazon actually let players into it, during a closed test that ran from late 2018 into the middle of 2019, the players did not build a noble frontier society. They became monsters, and Amazon documented exactly what was were killing low-level players. A lot. Sometimes exclusively. This often led to griefing scenarios that created a toxic environment for many players. In plain terms, strong found the weak and farmed them.
Eat the armor, goddammit.
On the game, a developer named Katie Kaczynski described the kind of thing the testers actually did with all that freedom.
Armor somewhere.
The plan had been for people to head out into the world and build their own homes and forts. And build forts there. Then someone figured out that if you threw up one enormous wall around a fort and then lured a bear inside it, the bear would maul anyone that tried to break in. So they used more bears, turning the game's own wildlife into a private security system that made their bases physically impossible for rivals to crack. That is the kind of creativity Amazon is doing now. Amazon tried to patch around the griefing, It added rules, restrictions, protections for new players. None of it really worked. And in December of 2019, and on into early 2020, the studio made a decision that would define everything. It did not
What's that? What was that? What? What? Oh god. Sorry. What? I might like that more, but no, I don't think I like the Landsat pistol, but I think that's probably better. I think that's probably best. No, I don't know. It does so much damage out. 4 down, 13 up. Hell? Oh, I'm in the storm. It's just I don't know. I think 3 assault rifles is still better than a shotgun. I don't know. That gold shotgun's really good. I don't know. I might actually keep it. It has the pure headshot capability to shut somebody out. I don't know. I think a shield might almost be better, but yeah. That. I don't know. I think I prefer the damage of a striker pump over this thing, because it only fires 3 times. This just keeps firing. Yeah, it's got like 6 rounds. This thing's a little weaker. This thing will shut somebody the fuck out. I don't know. This thing will too, though. This thing's really good. It fires fast too. It's an auto shotgun. I forget. I'm gonna get this guy to come all the way up here and then leave. Ooh. Where do I go, however, it's like... That. Where is he? He's gonna show. Where are you, fucker? Oh, there he is. I was gonna keep going all the way to safety. I'll take your water, sure. What was that? What was that? Oh no, oh, get cover. What was this? Yep. 5 and 4. Anything? No. I don't know. The other shotgun is good. Oop. Oop. I see you, bitch. Please reload. Please reload. Oh, I couldn't do anything. Damn it. Why is you shooting? You could deploy a shield? That's not how you fire at that. Gotta shoot where it's going, not where it is. It was cold, but I had to do it. Ugh. What was that? Oh, he's under me. He's under me, I think.
The game's director, a man named Scott Lane, described all the anti-griefing fixes they tried as band-aids. And rather than keep layering on more band-aids, Amazon ripped the whole thing out. Open world, full loot, gone. Forced player versus player combat, gone. In its place came Mexican system, where you only fought the other people who had also chosen to fight. A few months later, Scott closed the door. We have no plans, he said, to bring back full loot player versus player combat. Now, you can read that decision two ways, and the argument over which reading is right is still going on today. The first reading is the one we just walked through. The players themselves killed the original vision. They proved that a no-rules, full loot sandbox just turns into a bullying simulator, and Amazon did the responsible thing.
God damn it, please.
But there is a second reading. It says New World did not die for being too hardcore. It died because Amazon lost its nerve. The studio sanded off everything the game and turned it into one more safe, familiar game, one task. It threw away the only thing that ever made it special. Both of these can be true at once. Players did force Amazon's hand, and Amazon's response may well have been the fatal mistake. Hold on to that second reading, because years later, long after everything else had happened to this game, the exact survival genre that New World abandoned in 2019 would come back around. It would show up in the most unlikely way imaginable, right at the very end, to make Amazon an offer. So Amazon made the safe bet. The survival sandbox was gone. Its place was something far more inventive. A big, polished, massive game. The kind with quests and levels and crafting that millions of players already understood. Familiar and safe, built very deliberately on a massive deal. And for one brief, incredible moment, that safe bet looked like the smartest decision Amazon has ever made. But first, the summer of 2021 served up one last piece of pre-launch chaos, and it was deeply on brand. During the beta, New World started physically killing graphics cards. Some players, mostly the owners of one very expensive high-end card, watched their hardware die while testing the beta. The cores turned out to be two things stacked on top of each other. New World let its frame rate run completely uncapped, even on static menu scores, which drove the cards to their absolute limit. And a batch of those particular cards had bad soldering from the factory. Amazon capped the frame rate. The card maker replaced the DLE, and the real point was actually very narrow. But the headline was not narrow at all. New World is killing graphics cards. And even though the problem was solved, many still associate New World with killing their graphics cards afterwards. And then on September 28th, 2021, New World launched. And it did not just do well, it exploded. On launch day, the game hit a peak of 700 people playing at the same time, and it kept climbing. 5 days later, on October 3rd, New World peaked at 913,634 concurrent players. To put that in perspective, That made it roughly the 5th most played game in the entire history of Steam, behind only a tiny handful of all-time giants. It was the single most played new game of all of 2021. It shattered the record that Valheim had set earlier that same year. For a brand new franchise, from a studio everyone had written off, it was a staggering, almost unbelievable success.
This is so annoying.
And that
Why do you do
success
this to
went
me?
all the way to the top.
You're so annoying.
On October 1st, with the numbers still climbing, Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and at the time one of the richest people alive, posted publicly about the game. After many failures and setbacks in gaming, he wrote, "We have a success. So proud of the team." And then he made it personal. Months earlier, in January of 2021, a major business publication under a headline that did not fill any countries. Amazon can make just about anything except a good video game. Bezos linked to that brutal article and set it right beside the fresh headlines now celebrating his record-breaking launch. 2 stories about Amazon and video games. And as he pointed out, they had been published only 8 months
I would have
apart.
taken the truck.
It was a victory lap. The richest man on earth personally dunking on the reporters who had said his company could not make a good game 8 months after they said it. And you can understand why. 900,000 players is a hard number to argue with. By every measure that existed that week, the article had been proven spectacularly wrong. Except the article was not wrong. It had only arrived early. Everything it described, the corporate machine that never understood games, the engine built to sell cloud, and a graveyard of projects that kept collapsing under their own impossible mandates, was all still sitting right there underneath the record-breaking launch. It just had not finished its work. Because the cracks started showing almost immediately. 900,000 people tapped the servers buckled, and players faced long queues that ran for hours. And there was an irony the community seized on instantly, that the one company on earth that rents out your server power to almost anyone, the company whose entire cloud business is built on could not keep people logging into it. Some players took it a step further and said out loud what more than a few of them slightly worked out for themselves.
Hashtagonist.
Very expensive advertisement, the exact cloud technology Amazon was trying to sell to everyone else. But the queues were just the warm-up. To deal with the overcrowding, Amazon asked players for a favour: spread out, move your characters onto the emptier, newer servers to your location. And do not worry, you will get free transfers later so you can move back to your
7 down, 18 up.
So players did. They moved out to the empty servers exactly. And then came the fine print. When the free transfers finally arrived, weeks late, they came with 2 catches Amazon had never been clear. First, you could not transfer between regions at all. If your friend was playing on the other side of the screen, the only way to join them was to throw your character away and start over from 0. The second, you could not transfer onto a server that was already full, which of course described precisely the busy, popular servers your friends were actually on. For the players who had done Amazon a favour, who had spread out to the ghost towns to help, were now trapped in them. They had been promised a road back to their friends. There wasn't one. It was the first time players reached for a phrase that would come to define New World's whole relationship with them: bait and switch. And it happened just weeks before the thing that nearly ended the game outright. In the middle of October 2021, Amazon finally opened those server transfers back up, and almost immediately it had to slam them shut again. Because a player had figured out that if you forced your character into a particular broken state during a transfer, the game would let you duplicate your gold. Copy it. Make money out of thin air. Amazon had already moved around 150,000 players before it noticed what was happening and pulled the plug. Transfers, the trading post, player-to-player trading, basically the entire economy, all shut off at once. And then it got stranger. Players discovered that you could type raw web code straight into the game's chat box, and the game would simply run it. Crash other people's games, tamper with their files, even make the game hand you free gold. The economy got switched off, switched back on, then switched off again while Amazon scrambled to beat it. And so the story that everybody told about the New World economy became a story about exploits. Hackers and dupers flooding the game with infinite, wrecking everything with runaway inflation. Too much money chasing too few goods. That version is true. It is just not the whole story. Because underneath all the dramatic, visible chaos, New World's economy was quietly dying, the exact opposite problem. There was too little money in the game, not much. And the players who were paying close attention figured this out in real time while it was happening, and they turned out to be exactly right. New World was sliding into deflation. Deflation works like this. In most online games of this kind, the world itself buys and sells things. There are computer-controlled shopkeepers who will always pay you a baseline price for an item and always sell you the basics at a set cost. Those shopkeepers put a floor under the entire economy. New World, by deliberate design, did not have them. The developers wanted a pure player-driven economy, where every price was set by real people trading with each other, not by the game. They thought it would make the whole world feel more alive and real. It sounded elegant. It turned out to be the seed of the whole disaster, because at the same time, New World was constantly pulling money back out of the world. Repairing your gear cost coin, so did crafting, the taxes on any property you owned, and the upkeep on whatever territory your faction controlled. And not nearly enough new gold was coming in to replace it. So the money supply started to shrink, and with no shopkeepers setting a price floor, nothing stopped the slide. When money gets scarce and keeps getting more valuable, people stop spending it. Why hand over a coin today when that same coin will be worth more tomorrow? So players started hoarding their gold and refusing to buy. Players were still producing the actual goods, the ore and the cloth and the food, by the ton, and the price of all of it fell off a cliff. Items started selling for the lowest number the game would even allow, 1/100th of a single coin. And then players gave up on money altogether and reverted to the oldest economy there is. They went back to barter, trading goods directly for other goods. This got strange enough that it attracted someone you would never expect to find anywhere near a video game. A professional financial economist, a man named Joachim Clement, sat down and wrote the whole thing up. Not as a gaming story, but as a lesson in monetary policy. The economy of New World, he wrote, dropped into deflation. Within days, the deflation became so severe that people were resorting to barter, offering 1,000 linen for 60 gold, 20 pounds. The title of this piece was, "This is why we need freedom." And that title is going to slow down the focus of the actual lesson, hiding inside a video game broken. In the real world, economies do not run automatically. When prices start to spiral in either direction, a central bank can step in and adjust how much money is circulating. The government can, in the last resort, simply create more. That entire apparatus of modern money exists for one reason: to stop an economy from seizing up the exact way New World did. New World had none of it. No central bank, no treasury, nobody anywhere with the power or the tools to manage its money supply. It was a pure, unregulated economy, left completely to its own devices. And it died in precisely the way the textbooks say: an economy with nobody minding, the money will always die. New World is not just going to have a broken economy, but accidentally ran the space to explain why every real economy on Earth is managed in the first place. And the part that still lands years later is that the players had called all of it before The Economist ever showed up. Deep in New World's community, weeks earlier, people had laid the entire mechanism out correctly. They described the money leaving the game faster than it came in. They predicted accurately that the end game of all this would be players standing around swapping raw materials like medieval farmers, because the actual currency had become worthless. And one of them, half joking, predicted that economists were going to start writing articles about New World's deflation crisis. Then an economist did exactly that. This was a community diagnosing its own game in real time, and then watching its own predictions. By the time Amazon wrestled with dupes and locksmiths, and the economy back under some kind of control, damage was done. The player-driven economy was supposed to be New World's beating heart, the thing that made the whole world feel alive, beating itself in a matter of weeks. And the people watching the player count had started to notice something. One of the biggest launches in Steam's history had stopped growing. It had started to shrink fast. The fall was breathtaking. From that record peak of more than 900,000, New World's player count would gently drift down. It fell off a cliff. Within weeks it had dropped below 50,000. By January of 2022, just a few months after one of the biggest launches Steam had ever seen, the game was down to around 60,000 concurrent players. Now, every big game loses players after launch. That part is normal. But there is a difference between normal and what happened here. A game that launches with 20,000 players and settles at 10. That is the business working as intended. A game that launches with 900,000 and then bleeds away more than 90% of them in a few months. That is not a decline. That is a collapse. And the people walking away were not exactly bored. If anything, the way most of them described quitting was darker than boredom. The game did not bore them into leaving, they said. It broke so badly and so often that it forced them to stop. Part of it was the endless parade of exploits. There was a fundamental one the wider gaming world diagnosed pretty mercilessly. The game in essence trusted the player's computer far and servers. And once players realised that, cheating became almost trivial. You could turn yourself invincible just by dragging a gaming ray around your screen. People teleported across the map, duplicated items, edited their own stats at will. These were the kind of basic security holes that online games had solved decades earlier. Players started pointing out that New World was busy rediscovering bugs, that games like Ultima Online and RuneScape had patched out 20 years before. And to Amazon's credit, people running the game admitted it. Scott Lane, the game's director, said it plainly without a sound. "We've made some mistakes," he said, "by moving too fast. The team had been so busy fighting fire.
Yeah! I got it, baby!
But the exploits, as bad as they were, eventually got patched. The deeper problem could not be, because it was baked into the design itself. Specifically, into what happened when you reached the end of the game. Players who pushed all the way to the maximum level discovered that New World's endgame was, to put it kindly, the verdict among the people who stuck around.
Yeah, a winner night, baby, a winner night.
Over and over.
Yeah.
A couple of quest types. And a gear grind built entirely around repeating the same content for slightly better numbers. Scott Lane more or less conceded the point himself, admitting that the game was funneling players.
What is that new cat in Overwatch? I can't remember what the playstyle is. Overwatch, God.
Game was funneling.
Why are you doing this? Stop this now. You always do this. You like sidejack what I'm trying to search for. Stop this now. What Rocket Cat Guide. Or jetpack, sorry, jetpack.
You can literally extract your teammates out of bad fights, reposition snipers on the high ground, or which is fun. Do you know? Lifeline, your fuel comes back slower. Multitask. And because Jetpack Cat is permanently airborne, which is a crazy decision from Blizzard, by the way, you're basically this floating support turret, raining down paw-shaped projectiles from above. Tanks love you, enemy widows hate you, and your other support is wondering why you have more damage than your own DPS. The best part about this is you don't even have to actually aim perfectly. You just need to spam into a team fight and something good will happen. Either your tank survives or you're diving the enemy players. It's insane. Do you know what else is insane?
Let's start
Single
over.
day, and I hope you guys can tab in maybe tonight. I'm posting this, bro, whilst you're watching this video, I'm live. So you better finish this video and come over. Otherwise I'm gonna kiss you. With that said, let's throw away your ego and make you a better kitty cat. The kitty cat's primary fire. If you didn't know, this ability only has 40 meters. I know it looks like it should have more, but it doesn't actually do anything past this range at all.
Oh.
The
yeah,
projectiles come out in this soft spread. You can sit above your tank, spam heals into them, then flick slightly to the right, start poking the enemy support without even having to change weapons. It's like Moira if Moira went to therapy and learned how to multitask. And because Jetpack Cat is permanently airborne, which is a crazy decision from Blizzard, by the way, you're basically this floating support turret, raining down paw-shaped projectiles from above. Tanks love you, enemy widows hate you, and your other support is wondering why you have more damage than your own DPS. The best part about this is you don't even have to actually aim perfectly. You just need to spam into a team fight and something good will happen. Either your tank survives or you're diving the enemy.
Oh, they can't shoot down. They can't shoot upwards. I mean,
insane.
They're probably scared to do it.
Insane. Yo. Frenetic flight allows the cat user to accelerate in whatever direction you're going in Mark 10 speed. It uses fuel though, so you can't spam it forever, unless you manage it properly. In which case you absolutely can spam it forever. And here's the kicker. If you're carrying a teammate with lifeline, your fuel comes back slower, which means if you zoom into a bad fight with your tank attached, congrats, you're now Uber Eats. But normally, this thing is insane. You can boost sideways, backwards, diagonally, whatever direction your keyboard believes in. It basically Tracer blink if Tracer never touched the ground and had zero respect for physics. Do you see a Widow aiming at you? Dive that bitch now! And just may I add, if you pick the headbutt perk later, you can literally slam into enemies and speed knock them down. Blizzard saw us banning Wrecking Ball every day, so they decided to come up with this character, which is fun. Do you know what else is fun? The cat has AoE heals. Holy shit. When you activate Per, Jetpack Cat basically turns into a floating healing speaker. It creates this pulsing area heal around you that gets faster and faster the longer it runs. So the first few seconds it's nice, it's gentle, but then suddenly it ramps up into a whole medical rave. Sort of like another character you know. Now, because you're permanently airborne, you can just float over the top, pop Per, and now your entire objective becomes a mobile healing zone. Your tank is immortal, your DPS suddenly believe in themselves, which is really weird, and the enemy Genji dives in and immediately gets pushed out like he's walked into the rug shop. But we have to talk about the territorial perk. This thing is so broken. This is going to get nerfed, by the way. By the time I posted this, a couple days later, this will get nerfed. The Per starts doing damage equal to half of the healing. So now you're not just healing the team, but you're literally aura killing people. Like Victor from Deadlock. And because of this perk is what allows you to dive like a monster. Talking about monsters. So Lifeline lets you grab a teammate and fly them with you. That's literally it. That's the ability. You lock onto an ally, and now you're attached to you like emotional baggage with a health bar. Tanks, DPS, your other support, it doesn't matter. If they have feet, they are now airborne. And the first time you see this, you will panic, because suddenly Reinhardt is in the sky. He did not ask to be there. The enemy team definitely didn't ask for it either. But here we are. You can literally extract your teammates out of bad fights, reposition snipers on the high ground, or kidnap your tank and drop them directly onto the objective. Now the part you've probably been waiting for. The coordination potential is insane. You can reposition a bastion, save a low teammate, or yank your friend out of a certain death, or they scream, "Wait, I was winning." You weren't, buddy. You were 12 HP and you're my solo tank. So yes, you can fly a Diva Bomb.
The barricade. Activating self-destruct sequence.
You can fly an ulting Cassidy or McCree. Well, no, sorry, I mean Cassidy. Don't cancel me, please.
Step right up.
Or you could throw around Bob if you like as well. Most importantly, you can use this as unlimited space. Put your tank in their backline, and you have now officially won the game. Every game. I have a 100% win rate on this character with 15 to 16 games played. Onto our final ability, Jetpack's ult, the Catnapper. Because this might be the most disrespectful support ult Blizzard has ever created. So when you press Q, Jetpack Cat literally dives onto the ground, finds the nearest victim, and kidnaps them. You don't just ult, you need to choose your victim. The dive itself knocks people over and stuns them briefly. Then the closest enemy gets attached to your jetpack like they signed a contract they didn't read. And they can't just escape with movement abilities. Once they're tethered, they're coming with you whether they like it or not. Which means the first thing every Jetpack Cat player has learned is find the tank, press Q, and remove the tank from existence. If you're on a map with no ledge, simply just fly that tank into your team. But here's the real skill ceiling. It's positioning. A good player will use Catnapper to isolate a key target or start a fight. A bad player will panic hole, grab a random Lucio, and now they're just flying around, both confused. The strategy is just simple. Wait for the perfect moment, dive in, grab someone important like a support or a tank, and relocate them to a new home they did not consent to. Do you know what else lacks consent? Before we start talking about how to dive with this character, I just wanted to show you two key informations. When you use your E and your slash at the same time, which is upgraded perks, this is how much damage it does to one person with not shooting. This does way too much damage, which is going to get nerfed, so use it to your strength now. When you're diving at someone, I need you to save boost. Boost towards them and slash at them. You can use your E and slash and shoot at the same time, which is obviously if you have all your cooldowns. If you don't have any of your cooldowns, slash at them and shoot at the same time. It's probably the best solo diver in the game. Seriously. I need you to dive with intention. If your tank goes in, follow. If your DPS goes in, enable them. If nobody goes in, I mean, congrats, you're just a tank. You can do it by yourself. The reason she's so good is because you can fast entry and fast escape. You can do these risky plays without having any backlash whatsoever. You're probably wondering, okay, but what's the actual playstyle for a normal human? This character is flexible, so if you want to be a heal bot, you can. So, you can stay above your team, and you can spam heals and damage with primary fire. You reposition teammates with lifeline, and you only dive when it's safe. You're basically an airborne support satellite. It's very annoying to kill, it's very valuable, it's very boring, but it's effective. If your team is good and coordinated, this is how you win.
Oh,
games.
they added
You
damage
also
numbers, I
get custom
think.
pocket. If you see someone on an off angle,
Oh,
by
they did.
themselves,
They
you can
added
fly
damage
towards
numbers.
them
That makes this
and
way
help them
better.
and give them a pocket so they can win their ones. Your next option is to be a dive menace. This is where the fun begins. Wait, that's an Anakin reference. I don't know if you got that, but from Revenge of the Sith 2005. Anyway, you live in the enemy backline. You're constantly boosting in, pressuring the supports, then escape before anyone can react. You're not fully committing every time. You're just being annoying, so the enemy team cannot function. If the Ana can't aim, which is anything above Masters, or below Masters, sorry, it's because there's a flying cat screaming at her every 5 seconds. Remember 3 things when you're playing this character. Heal when needed, dive when possible, and kidnap when available. If you only do one playstyle, you're predictable. If you do all 3, the enemy team has no idea what you're doing, and honestly, neither do you. And neither do I, to be honest. And that's the true Jetpack Cat experience. This is the Jetpack Cat experience. I hope this sums up everything you need to know about playing the cat. And if it doesn't, then you can go fuck yourself, because this took me 2 hours to edit. I should have spent longer, but I spent the first 2 hours watching Kingdom of the 7 Knights. Night of the 7 Kingdoms, which is amazing, by the way. I watched the episode this morning. Anyway, I want to do this series and do all 50 characters that are in Overwatch right now. So I'm trying to do one every single day. The more people subscribe, the more people that watch me on Twitch, the more money I make. The more money I make, the more I can put into finding an editor to edit these videos, and I can pump these out daily. So I'm going to do one for TikTok and do one for YouTube. And I really hope I can get to a point where I can also pump fully fledged videos on YouTube, better edited. So if you enjoyed the video whatsoever, or if you're even happy to maybe even see how this goes for the future, or you're waiting for your character to be done, then just follow me, come to my Twitch, and I will make sure that your character is done within 50 days, okay? So, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm also doing a poll. If you've waited this long to the end, I'm going to make a poll.
Here, let's put Jetpack Cat.
Carrying an enemy tank, you move at 70% speed. Overall, try not to spam fuel and keep a little bit in the tank for that quick getaway. Moving forward, this next section is going to be more detailed and about the cooldown usage. First up, we have the Purr. Fika's Purr is a great tool both offensively and defensively. Purr is an area of effect cooldown with a 300 HP heal over time in bursts. She can quickly heal a group of her team, similar to Lucio's Amp It Up. On top of this, you can also use the individual burst to boop enemies trying to get on top of you, or maybe even catch someone off guard near the edge of a map for a kill. Most of the time, this is used selfishly to go into duels or to help combo while carrying an ally on your lifeline. Next is the lifeline usage. This has gone a lot more in depth when I started writing it, so bear with me. For Lifeline, it only has 3 main uses. First being to give yourself a 40% speed boost. This speed boost is a great little tool for movement overall. Not many people know this, so make sure to abuse it coming back from spawn, anytime you cross open space, or generally when you're running around from the enemy. Creating this distance could be the difference between life and death. The next use case is using yourself as an Uber. What I mean by this is to carry a teammate out of spawn. This also comes with kiting away and making sure not to stagger in the lost team fight. Other taxis involve quick repositions pre, mid, and post fight that are wonderful for your team success. Even as something as small as picking up your tank to the high ground, reducing the rotation time could be the difference between a fight win or a loss. Finally is the ult combos. This one is the most fun. Being able to pull around an ultimate almost guarantees you a fight win. The best combos that I've seen are a riskable fight win or a loss. Finally is reducing the rotation time success. Quick repos with kite, using yourself down from the enemy. Creating this distance could be the difference time you cross open space, or generally when you're running around from the enemy. Creating this distance could be the difference between life and death. The next use case is using yourself as an Uber. What I mean by this is to carry a teammate out of spawn. This also comes with kiting away and making sure not to stagger in the lost team fight. Other taxis involve quick repositions pre, mid, and post fight that are wonderful for your team success. Even as something as small as picking up your tank to the high ground, reducing the rotation time could be the difference between a fight win or a loss. Finally is the ult combos. This one is the most fun. Being able to pull around an ultimate almost guarantees you a fight win. The best combos that I've seen are Orisa ult, High Noon, Tactical Visor, Bob, and Diva Bomb. However, make sure not to tether them at low HP or when they have Mizuki ult, so that you can stay alive and your ally can get the game-winning clip. Be sure to pair your per with these combos and keep yourself up and the person you're carrying. Another big area is her ult usage. Fika's ultimate is Catnapper, which is a pretty versatile ult. You deal 25 damage, stun all enemies that you land on with a big ground pound, and you pick up the closest one in the center for 4 seconds on your lifeline. One thing to note is when carrying an enemy tank, you move at 70% speed. The uses of the ultimate go into 3 different groups. The first use is boop kills. This is the simplest option. Do you see an enemy? Pick them up and pull them off the map. However, keep in mind that if they have another cat, if you drop them too early, they can catch your prey and bring them to safety. To counter this, make sure to hold on to your enemy and dunk them straight into the kill box. Even if they don't have a cat, it's a good tip to make sure that they can't use their movement cooldowns to live. Next is to use it for a neutral kill. This can be greatly used as a pre-fight pick, a mid-fight change of tides, or a post-fight for an extra stagger on the enemy. With these, you look to grab the enemy and pull them straight into your team, leading to a follow-up. This is great for maps without cliffs or just to throw a change up in the mix. Finally is movement. This one is the most niche of the 3. As her ult can sometimes lead you to die, you can actually use it to dodge. This can happen mostly when you're out of fuel, being chased, as you can dive straight to the ground, making a big gap between you and your enemy without using any more fuel and regaining all your fuel. With the basics of the kit out of the way, we will move more into the Jetpack Cat's perks and overall playstyle with a few tips on how to win more games. With the addition and movement of perks in the most recent mid-season patch, I expect these to help the most. To begin, we'll talk about the perks. For Fika, we have the minor perks. The transporting shielding perk seems to have a use case on riskier ultimate plays as you gain up to 75 shields when carrying another hero, but sadly, it seems too situational. Next, we have the new minor perk, Ulterior Motive. This allows 15% of biotic projectiles healing to be converted into fuel. I think this is an amazing addition to the perk choices as it gives you easier fuel management while making movement and survivability a lot better with the cat. With that being said, I feel that Ulterior Motive will be the better minor perk. The major perks are as follows. Claws Out empowers your quick melee to do an extra 40 damage and slow the enemy you hit by 30% for 1 second. This is great for lining up extra damage in a 1v1 or even a quick drive-by damage onto your team's focus target. Your other option is Headbutt. This one, personally, I don't find useful as you need to sacrifice your fuel and positioning to get 30 extra damage and a small boop. This for me is the worst of the 2 choices. Together with these perks, you will have the best survivability, mobility, and killability. Onto the playstyle. Fika loves to sit in a medium range, but just close enough to expend fuel and get her hands in the fight. Utilizing her fast movement and increased burst damage, look to pick fights when the enemy gets distracted. The enemy healers and off-anglers, including their Jetpack Cat, should be your ideal targets. When playing, make sure to be selfish with your per, as I said before, as you'll need to use it in almost every duel to give yourself the best advantage and come out on top. She's also amazing at dealing with flyers. Things like Farah, Echo, Juno, and ulting Emrays get deleted by the cat with the Claws Out perk. Finally, this is the overall cycle you'll go through. Use your per on top of your team first fight, build your ult first, and look for a pick with the ult. On top of this, you'll play for your side angles, peel your hit scan, and other support with your E and your gun for both healing and damage. The last major part is to make sure to keep an eye on your team, especially a tank, as if they get critical, try to drag them directly back into cover using your lifeline. This has been a quick guide overall. If you enjoyed, drop a like, and if you want to see more of these in the future, consider subscribing. Feel free to comment any questions or reach out to me on my streams at twitch.tv/rackattack or on the YouTube streams 6 days a week at noon Eastern. Until next time, thank you guys.
Gonna do some rocket or jetpack cat. I like Rocket Raccoon more. I wish they just jacked Rocket Raccoon.
Hello, I'm a master support player, and our first ability is Frenetic Flight. Frenetic Flight, think of it like NOS, right? You push the button, you go very, very fast. But remember, it's on a cooldown. But what you're going to want to do with it is you're either going to want to dive someone, right? You're going to want to dive into them with it and only maybe use half, or you're going to want to get out. It's really good and you're really hard to hit. Just make sure you dodge and weave when you use it so you don't die. The next ability is Lifeline. Lifeline is really good, but do not overuse it. Lifeline is where you can pick up your teammates and drag them to locations where they can't normally get to. For instance, getting your tank to mid early, or getting your Venture behind the back line so they can kill them immediately. But do not keep them in the air for too long. You will get evaporated out of the air and you will die. The last and final ability is Purr. Purr is a healing aura that knocks enemies back when activated. It's very good at stabilizing your team, so getting everyone to have more health, and it's really good at disrupting dives. Let's say a Winston and a Genji are going to dive top, but you're there and you use Purr, it stops the dive and helps your team. Least for ult. Dive towards the ground location, knocking enemies down and tethering the nearest one to you. It is a very, very strong ult if you use it correctly. You don't always have to drag them off the map. Some maps you can't do that. Sometimes you just need to drag the enemy into your team so they can insta-kill them. But if you can, you're going to want to get an enemy that either can't really kill you. For instance, Ram can punch you very easily when you drag. Very easy. And you're like, but if I see a Sigma and he has no block, you can really easily pick him up and drop him off the map. It is very good. And you get your ult very fast. And thanks to the new sub role, you build extra ult charge even when you don't have to use your ult. So just wait for a good opportunity and don't rush it. Thank you very much for watching. I hope this helped you, and stay tuned for the next and more in-depth video. Check out the Twitch every Thursday.
Oh, no. It's fun. No. Oh god. I'm trapped. Why was there a trap right there? It wasn't a trap, it just was like frozen to the ground. They look like little kitty paws. God damn it! What? 2711, that's it. Doesn't seem like it has a lot of healing capability. Overwatch. How do I pick up a teammate with Jetpack Cat? I'm not really understanding it. I press the button and nothing happens. They pick up sometimes, but not all the time. How do I pick them up? Okay. Per. I like the record. Oh, come on. Damn it! Damn it. Try to get it fast. Please get on point. No, it's a Bastion letting up. Oh. No. Kill her. Kill her. Oh, I got the Bastion too. Sorry. Fuck you, revenge. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, Bastion. Did you see me get him? No! Can I drop them? Yeah, I can drop them, huh? That's the problem with it. To the bits. Oh no, the cat's fun. It's like fun to do. I don't know if I can stand to do this every day, but it's fun. I'm gonna get really good at it. I like the purring. Oh, a cat purrs. So cute. So cute. It's taking forever. Go. Let's go lose these Tristans. I've had them all day, and I made so much money today. Who cares about these Tristans? I should be out there getting money. Let's get this money, man. Moderate. Oh, I don't know. There's not a good site really. I'll just dock. That's fine. I want jetpack cat. I want jetpack cat. Jetpack cat. Yeah. Oh wait, do I have another skin? No, but I'm gonna buy a lot of skins. Maybe I should just get his gold paws right away. Does he have little gold blue guns? Yeah, gold blue gun cat. That's what I'm gonna do with all of my competitive points that I've been earning. Gold blue cat. I like Overwatch. I don't care. I think it's a fun game. Whatever. Bacon Bandit. Fun to go to an overnight win or Overwatch win. Or sorry, Fortnite win to an Overwatch overnight. So the 4 button is my heal. The 5 key is my... Yay. Lie. Does it wear off? No. Okay. Okay. I want to take you. Bitch, die. What? What? How come she hit harder? Oh well, we got it. Oh, I like this cat. I can get to where I'm going very quickly. Ah, go under it. Watch this. This is gonna be fucking great. When that tank shows, I'm dipping him. Here it comes. Sorry, bitch. Ooh. Oh, what? We pushed it a long time, though. It was like a cat in the sky. What the fuck? We got a lot of pressure with that. Yeah. What? Oh my god. I hate Junkrat. Fucking nerf him. Change the weapon. Ugh, 179. Oh. Fuck, I couldn't kill him. He had 1 health and I couldn't kill him. God damn it. Oh god, get down. Annoying. Fuck. Fuck! What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Why were you able to melee me? I'm a cat with you on a rope. It's way above you. Oh, whatever, I was past the stone! Ah, damn it, I was not, you did not have that angle. I couldn't even see you, motherfucker. Got him. What was that? The tank was like instant one shot. Fuck. 20 seconds, we're not gonna win. What can I do? I can stun them all, try and win with my ult. I don't think we're gonna make it, but we should try. Nope. Oh. Well, it was a good try. I can't stop playing Overwatch, and I don't have to either. I'll play the Jetpack Cat if it can keep me entertained. Here's me twice for some reason.
Toward a very small portion of its endgame mechanics. And then there was the war. New World's big signature endgame event was a massive faction battle. 50 players on one side, 50 on the other, fighting over control of territory. It looked spectacular. It was the thing the whole endgame was supposed to build toward. But there was a catch that quietly enraged the people who cared the most. The guild in New World could hold around 100 players. A single war only had room for 50 of them on your side. And the person who decided which 50 actually got to play was the guild leader, who handpicked the roster. Which meant that for most players, the marquee endgame event, the entire reason you ground your way to max level, was something you would train for and then almost never actually get to do. The community even coined a word for the hardcore players who would only log in for these battles.
What the fuck was that?
Monopolizing the limited
What was
slots.
that? I've never seen that before.
The whole system, players pointed out, was built to work for maybe 2% of the people playing, and to lock out the other 98. And as the population kept bleeding out, Amazon's solution made the war problem worse instead of better. To keep the increasingly empty servers feeling alive, Amazon began merging them together, server after server, wave after wave.
I must have made 10 characters.
For the next 2 years. And every merge crammed even more players into competition for the same tiny number of war slots. The thing that was supposed to keep people playing was now actively shoving them out the door. For the players who stayed, the next 2 years became a grind of a different kind, begging Amazon for the next merge, just to keep their towns from turning into ghost towns. And through all of it, one thing stayed consistent, and it is worth noticing. The anger almost never pointed at the developers. Players could see the team was trying. The blame went up the chain, past the people making the game, to Amazon and the machine that had rushed it out the door, and then starved it of a real plan. By 2024, New World had become a quiet game. A loyal core of players still loved it, still logged in to mine and craft and build in a world they had come to find deeply peaceful. But the records were a distant memory. And then Amazon took one more big swing. On October 15th, 2024, it relaunched the entire thing as New World Eternum. This was the console gamble. For the first time, New World came to PlayStation 5 and Xbox, with full crossplay between consoles and PC, combat rebuilt for a controller, all the old content plus new raids and zones bolted on top. Christoph Hart, the executive who ran Amazon's games division, called it an unforgettable adventure. And it worked for a few weeks. On Steam, the relaunch pulled the game's best numbers in over a year, a peak somewhere in the high 50,000s. Add in the console players, and it maybe touched 100,000. Respectable. But 100,000 is not 900,000, and the spike faded almost as fast as it arrived. Within weeks, the players had drifted off again, and the loyal core of players who stayed had a complaint that summed up the entire problem. After the biggest, most important launch in years, Amazon went quiet. There was, as the players put it, no roadmap coming, no clear sign of what was next. The team had even given a public talk about the importance of communicating with your players. And then, the moment it actually mattered, went silent. Except the relaunch was not New World's last chapter, and that is what makes the ending so much crueler.
Oh.
About a year later,
Why did you
in
put
the
me back
autumn
in
of
with them?
2025, Amazon released a season of content
Drop me down
called
into the
Night
pit.
Haven.
She can
And
climb
by the
walls.
accounts of the
What
people
the
still
fuck?
playing it,
What was she
this
doing
was the
there?
best update the game had ever gotten. After years of stumbles, New World finally, properly felt good. And the players started coming back. The numbers, for the first time in a very long time, began climbing instead of falling. Lapsed players returned. Word spread that maybe, just maybe, New World actually had a future. For the first time in years, the arrow was pointing up. The arrow pointed up for about 2 weeks. On October 28th, 2025, with that very update still pulling New World's population upward, a senior Amazon executive named Steve Boone sent a memo to the staff of Amazon Games. Boone sat above the games division, running Amazon's audio, Twitch, and games businesses, all at once, and his memo did not mince words. We have made the difficult decision, Boone wrote, to halt a significant amount of our first-party AAA game development work. And then the specific clause that was New World's death warrant, specifically around massively multiplayer online games. New World was in the line of fire. The studio, Boone explained, would instead shift its focus toward more casual, AI-focused games, optimized for Luna being Amazon's own cloud gaming service. The one almost nobody has ever known or used. And the flagship title Luna had just launched. The kind of game Amazon was now pivoting toward was something called Courtroom Chaos starring Snoop Dogg. Yes, you heard that right. Amazon was shutting down big-budget game development, and specifically online worlds like New World, in order to make casual and AI-generated games for a streaming service that almost nobody uses. The cuts were folded into around 14,000 corporate layoffs at Amazon that same week. And the cruelest detail of all, just before all of this, Boone himself had said in an interview that New World on consoles had done really, really well. He praised it, and then he killed it. The end came quickly after that. On January 15th, 2026, Amazon delisted New World from sale. No new content would ever come after Night Haven. The in-game store would close that summer, and the servers, the actual worlds where all of it lived, would be switched off permanently on January 31st, 2027. As for the official goodbye from the studio, it was gracious and grateful, and contained not one single word of apology. We want to thank the players for your dedication and passion. Together we built something special. The shutdown, they wrote, would give this fantastic adventure a send-off worthy of a legendary hero. And then came the offer. Within a day of the shutdown announcement, the chief operating officer of a studio called Face Punch, a man named Alastair McFarlane, posted publicly and tagged Amazon. Face Punch is the studio behind Rust, which is to say it makes the exact kind of brutal, full-loot survival game that New World had started life as, and then thrown away back in 2019. The genre New World walked away from had just shown up at the front door. $25 million McFarlane wrote. Final offer. Games should never die. And his idea was simple.
Come
Let
on!
Facepunch buy New World.
Entire team
Or at the
collapsed
very
on me
least, let
when
the players keep
there's
it
like
alive
4 guys
themselves.
standing there.
Make the servers something the community could host on its own. The game, he wrote, will live forever in the hands of a dedicated community. It was half a joke, but it was also half real. McFarlane confirmed that he had actually spoken to people at Amazon, and that he was, in his own words, open to all avenues. And this is where the engine comes back. Remember, built to sell cloud, declared a company killer by its own developers, and given away by Amazon 3 months before the game even launched. New World was not built on anything a buyer could simply pick up and run with. It ran on Amazon's own proprietary, in-house technology, a heavily modified descendant of that original engine.
Please!
Almost everyone on Earth who actually knew how to work on it had worked at Amazon, and Amazon had just laid a huge number of them off. So even if the company had wanted to hand New World to someone who would keep it breathing, the game was, in a very real sense, welded to its maker. The original sin from the very start of this story, the engine that was never really about the game, turned out to be the exact thing that made the game impossible to rescue at the end. So Amazon turned all of it down. The game with a devoted base was not going anywhere. Amazon would not sell it to Facepunch, would not let the players keep it alive, would not budge an inch. The game would simply be switched off. And the players understood precisely
come on!
what they were watching.
The fucking
What they
teleport
felt
is
more than
terrible. I
anything
look up at a
was a
teammate,
kind of
press the
cool
button,
disbelief.
nothing happens.
People had thought
Fix
Mike
it,
Hagan
Blizzard.
was the turnaround. Instead, it turned out to be a farewell that nobody had recognised as one at the time. The announcement alone cut the game's remaining population by more than half in 4 days. Players logged in to give away everything they had built over the years, telling each other that it was all just ones and zeros, sure, but the memories attached to it were real. People said there was no other game on Earth that gave them the same quiet as an evening spent mining and harvesting and building a new world, and now even that was being taken away. They held in-game farewells. They begged Amazon to release the server files, and their fight folded into a wider movement of players who were sick of watching games they had paid for get deleted out from under them. The anger pointed, as it always had, not at the developers who built the world, but at the company that owned it. The company that, in the end, killed one of the biggest hits in Steam history to make room for AI games on a service that no one had asked for. Now, there is a version of this story where Amazon did nothing wrong, and it deserves a fair hearing. New World in 2025 was a fraction of what it had been at launch. A massively multiplayer online game is brutally expensive to keep running, and Amazon is a business, not a charity. Businesses cut things that are not working, and on a spreadsheet, an online game running at a fraction of its old size is an easy thing to cut. All of that is true, but when Amazon pulled the trigger,
Why was there
New World was
why?
not on its way
Blizzard,
out.
I pressed my ult.
They just
That guy
posted
gets
the
his
best
ult. Why don't
updates
I
like
get mine? Piece of
population
shit,
climbing,
cocksucker,
and the
brain
buyer was
dead
waving a wheel
developer.
just to keep it
Fuck
alive,
you.
asking for nothing except
That
for
guy
charge.
gets his ult. Why don't I get
Amazon
mine?
did
It
not
just
even
goes
let
through
someone
mine,
else
blasts
run
me
the service
like
for free.
like 5,
That
10,
is not a
100
company
times
cutting
stronger than
its
mine.
losses.
Come on, man.
That is a company reaching into a world it built and deleting it on purpose while people were still living inside it. Here lies the cruel irony hidden within the lore of New World that reflects reality. New World is set on an island called Eternum. The name is Latin. It means
forever.
eternal. It is a cursed magical place where you genuinely cannot die.
Okay.
When you fall,
It got
the island
toxic.
simply pulls you back. and
I'll do
stands
one
you up
more. I'll
again.
do one more.
It refuses to let you go. And the substance that powers everything on that island, the magic that fuels your fast travel and your crafting and the whole living world, is a glowing material called Azoth. And the detail that is almost too perfect.
This is over and it's boring me. Elon Musk denies USAID cuts will kill 4.5 million children.
What's the deal with high school girls? I'm not allowed to date them anymore. Palestine might not exist to me, and you know what else doesn't? The age of consent!
That's your Seinfeld?
Yeah.
It sounds like a Golden Girl.
I I was watching so much Seinfeld over the last week, and I feel like because he's not funny, a lot of his quote-unquote comedy is just like instructing people to laugh based on the pitch of his voice.
Exactly. I mean, it's hand-holding your way to a laugh. It's kind of like when there are sitcoms that have laugh tracks, for example. Although, I do love Seinfeld, and I'm sure we'll be talking about this at some point. It is a great show. The man, Jerry Seinfeld, though, is not so great.
Jerry Seinfeld is worth $1.1 billion.
Why? Because he had that
the
one
richest
show.
comedian in the world.
Oh my god.
I'm already annoyed because you know who the richest comedian in the world should be? Meg Stalter.
Honestly.
Jerry Seinfeld is the richest comedian in the world because for 10 years of his life, 3 decades ago, he played a semi-fictionalized version of himself in the sitcom Seinfeld, which was written by someone funnier than him who also has better politics, but let me not get ahead of myself. If you were sentient in America in the 90s, Jerry Seinfeld was basically a pillar of culture. He was a pillar of home life. Seinfeld was routinely the most watched show in the United States, and its series finale in 1998 drew 76 million viewers, or a quarter of the US population at the time. In that final season of Seinfeld, Jerry was making $1 million per episode, which is $2 million today, adjusted for inflation. I was born the year Seinfeld ended, and by the time I could watch TV, we kind of moved on from Seinfeld. I mean, a lot of people have. I'm sure a lot of people disagree with that, but like in my house, we didn't have Seinfeld playing. I wasn't really a big Seinfeld guy. But nevertheless, Jerry has always been a supremely famous person in my head. And I think because of that, I've always assumed that he's been working on a lot of things that I don't watch because of like my taste preferences or whatever. But he hasn't. The most notable thing that Jerry Seinfeld has done since Seinfeld is voice act as Barry in the Bee Movie, which, to be clear, is notable. There's a lot of things to criticize Jerry Seinfeld for, but for me, Bee Movie will not be one of them, except for its promotional tour. We'll get to that. Nevertheless, the magnitude of Jerry Seinfeld's 1990s celebrity is, unfortunately for him, no match for the person that he has become. Always has been? I don't know. Today, we're going to look at the evidence and let you decide. And to do that, welcome back, my dear friend, Emma Bigelow.
Always great to be with you, Matt Bernstein, my lovely, lovely friend.
Emma, this episode is entirely a product of your texting me saying that we should do a Jerry Seinfeld episode. I know that he has been pissing you off lately, and the further I dug into the archives, we're in for a ride today.
I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm and Larry David's, and we will be talking about him as well. But Seinfeld just went viral recently. I'm a huge Knicks fan, and he was at the game. And I think we're about to play this, but he was asked about Palestine, and of course decides to be an absolute genocidal Greek asshole. And he has been that way for quite a while. He is a rabid Zionist. And there's also stuff in his past that raise eyebrows that are not just connected to his politics. So it's fascinating to look at somebody like this who is such a fixture of so many people's lives, as you say, to see really how rotten that core is and how he is one of the public faces in Hollywood who is dehumanizing Palestinians so regularly.
In coordination with the Israeli government.
Mm-hmm.
First things first, as you mentioned, Jerry Seinfeld recently attended one of the NBA Finals games at Madison Square Garden, and as he was leaving, a TikToker, like man on the street.
I die so quick. It's like a second. I can't respond to it. That guy gets 55 hits before he dies. I get one. It's not fair.
What's your income and
You
what's
gotta
your
balance
rent?
it a little better.
But this guy was doing some real journalism, and he ran up to Jerry Seinfeld, and the following transpired.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jerry. What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
There you have it. That is the position of pretty much everybody who still calls themselves a Zionist. But the fact that this immensely wealthy man took the time to laugh in this guy's face as a genocide is being committed,
Look at
to
his
say
paw.
that Palestine doesn't exist, an explicitly genocidal statement in and of itself. It's just like, keep walking, dude, but you can't because you're a fanatic.
I've known Jerry Seinfeld is a Zionist. He and his wife Jessica have been doing Israel advocacy for a long time. But even with that in mind, this was kind of a shock to the system for me. The 3 words, Palestine doesn't exist. And I think you're right that this is basically the mainstream Zionist belief at this point because the movement has become so nakedly far-right and genocidal. However, I do think it's worth unpacking for a second here. We get about 0 minutes into like Seinfeld's life chronology, and I'm like, let's start unpacking. Sorry, the leftist podcast. You know, back in the day when I think liberal Zionism was still considered by many to be a tenable ideology, you had kind of like the two-state solution people. Think about Kamala's 2024 campaign run and what her party line was at the point, which was like, you know, we want safety and security for Israelis and safety and security for Palestinians. And I think there's a point that Jerry Seinfeld would have, you know, said, I mean, he supported Kamala.
Yep.
And Joe Biden, and you know he's always kind of been an anti-Trump guy. Don't know if that's still the case, but that perspective seems to really have collapsed.
Right, and I think that anybody who hasn't gotten off the liberal Zionist train at this point right now is complicit in this viewpoint that is based in erasure, and it's also not theoretical erasure. I think if you were saying this prior to the genocide, of course, when liberal Zionism was a little bit more digestible for people and was a fairly mainstream opinion, it would be one thing. But for us to be 2.5 years into the active genocide of the Palestinian people, to add to that chorus and to add to the bloodshed by contributing to the perception of erasure and saying that an entire people doesn't exist as they're being exterminated, I mean, what else can you call that except to be almost psychopathic?
And this is also, I mean, you have a lot of these like liberal Zionist figures in the Democratic Party still being like, I mean, even, and love to Bernie Sanders, but he still does this sometimes, where he'll be like, oh, this is Netanyahu's far-right government of Israel, and they'll kind of pin these like outwardly genocidal ideologies on Netanyahu, on Ben-Gvir, on Smotrich. But here's Jerry Seinfeld saying something as genocidal as Ben-Gvir tweets on a random Tuesday.
Right. I do not think that we should be catering the Democratic Party to the whims of these individuals. Just go vote for Republicans if this is your pet issue. But the reality is that the party has no future, and we don't have the ability to fight fascism if we can't stand up against genocide, as Ta-Nehisi Coates has said so eloquently, in that we also, the party has become so narrow, given, this is such an aside, I won't get into it, but the active pursuing of affluent suburbanites in the coalition that has been a strategy of the Democrats since 2016. That's why they're always going after the mythical Republican that's leaving the party for them. They have narrowed the party, and a lot of working class voters have left. Narrowing it further just to appease wealthy Zionist donors and make sure that guys like Jerry Seinfeld feel like they can still be woke and enjoy Barack Obama's like Netflix series and stuff like that. Give me a break. They should not be in the party. They're not welcome here. They are contributing to fascism because they are neutering the only opposition party that exists in the country right now, whether we like it or not.
I also just think a lot of people would hear those words, Palestine doesn't exist, and it's like, whoa, that's really extreme. Like, that's very extreme. Like I said, within the discourse in Israel, I don't think it is. I think it's the mainstream. But Jerry Seinfeld, what you have to infer from him saying this to some random guy on the street, knowing that he's being recorded, is that he's surrounded by this. He is surrounded by this rhetoric all day. He has a $40 million home in the Hamptons with his wife, Jessica, as well as a home on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where they are integral in these very high society, sort of upper echelon.
Why is being rich legal? It just shouldn't be legal. It's like you took out of the mouths of other people around you.
Zionist, specifically Zionists, often engage with lots of Zionist activism.
There's this point at 100 million where you just took money out of other people's mouths that you could never spend, so you spend it on stupid ass yachts.
Communities, but to me it's so revealing as to how some of these social groups operate.
The fact that he's saying that openly means that he has said very similar things, if not worse things, many times over in private. That should not be surprising to us. However, I do think that it is worth it lingering on this for a second to just think about what it means when you say Palestine doesn't exist right
really
now,
long.
as you have the Greater Israel Project underway in practice, not just the genocide in Gaza, but the constant settler attacks and violence in the West Bank. That is actionable erasure as well. He's essentially saying that all of the even land that Palestinians have and have been forced into...
I'm gonna try and get some boob kills here. I'm just gonna zoom around the tower a ton on the top ring. When I see them by a pit, I'm just gonna fly down and boop, fucking boop them. Or no, I guess I can't really. I don't know. Rocket jetpack cat, go jetpack cat. You can't reach me. No. I'm gonna get some skins. He looks awesome. Jetpack cat. Oh, look at the smile. Jetpack cat. Jetpack cat. Jetpack cat. Oh no, no, no. Mom, we were winning this, you threw it all away. Get on point. No, no, we lost it somehow. How? Oh, the Moira died. The Moira died. Oh, damn it! I wasted my ult. Oh, damn it, it's so annoying. Yes, take it. No, no. Oh. Limb. Nope. Oh. You. Oh, what was that? One shot. I was low health, I guess. Oh no, I'm gonna die again. Ugh. Hey, dude. Oh, we did. Yes. I like this. Sorry. Oh my god, it might have cost you the game. Oh. Oh, fuck. What? No. Damn it. No. Okay, here we go. Oh. No. Please do something. Ugh. Okay, last try. Last try. What? I used it! Nothing happened! Piece of shit! Cocksucker brain dead developer! Fucking fuck you, Blizzard! Get it right! I hammered my all for 10 seconds, you piece of shit developer. I aimed at her. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Get your fucking coding right, you piece of shit. Fuck you, asshole. You ruined my fun, you fucking asshole. Fix your fucking game. What? Let me out! Ow. Fucking hell. That fucking hell. Oh my god. God, look. Let's do this when you need it. Oh. Fucking annoying. No. No! Try and move forward, it won't let me. Oh, please, I'll just try and hold this. I don't know what else I can do. No. No point.